What's going on, guys? It is a little after 10 o'clock, and we're going live from Chatsworth. I got to turn this down a little bit because I'm getting some. So we are the closest to the wrestling ring and a DJ. So this is going to be a good day because it's loud. Um, it's been an interesting morning, guys. We got our booth set up. If you guys are in the Chatsworth area, I'm going to pan this down a little bit. So my back isn't the greatest here, but at least if it does rain, we're not going to get any rain to the back. So if you guys are in the Chatsworth area, it is a huge party that's going on. There's literally a wrestling ring right outside this tent that we're inside. We got tons of food. I think it's a ton of food that's this way. There's a couple of food trucks behind us. A lot of great little vendors that are right here in this, what Julio's calling the WeCon, because it's We Can Be Heroes. It's a mini con that's going on, and I'm going to brag a little bit, but we sold a shirt, a poster, and some stickers before everybody else. It was great. It was a nice feeling to actually sell something. Hopefully, I can get rid of all these shirts, and that we can do this trivia that we have. We have trivia going on to give away free prizes. I'm going to go do a couple of interviews. Hopefully, there's some cosplayers that they said there should be. But I'm going to be talking to these vendors that are here also with us to see what they're doing. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. If you guys are in the Chatsworth area, if not in the Chatsworth area, come on up to the Chatsworth area and check out this huge block party that's going on. It's an annual thing. It's a lot of it. So far, it's been fun this morning. Like I said, it just kicked off 10 o'clock, and we're going to be here till 6 o'clock. I'm going to be, again, doing trivia. I'm going to be giving away things. I've got stickers. I've got T-shirts. I've got posters. When I get a chance to, I'm going to flip this thing around, and I'm going to start walking around. Hopefully, and really hopefully, we get a special, I guess, special guest today, which would be Ash from Comics. He said he might be coming around. I hope he does. And also help out with doing interviews. But we're going to be busy all day, so come on by. We have our booth. There's multiple screens that you're going to see. Of course, I've got to have all kinds of stuff. I can't just be one thing because, it wouldn't be me. So let me see if I can do this, and that's get this. Get this other camera going to show you guys kind of just a little bit of what's going on over here. And it's kind of cool. I have everything right in front of me. And once I get a little bit more of a crowd coming in, we will do like the trivia. It's loud. All right, let's see. Come on, camera. As soon as it kicks on, I'll give you a view of the booth itself. Well, not just the booth, but all these tents and everything. There's a table right in front of it. And of course, it always takes forever to get internet connection. That's okay. Oh, there we go. All right. That's redlining real quick. So, yeah. Redlining. All right, guys. We are going to connect this. So, I'm connecting with the camera. We go to extra camera. Oh, we can see ourselves. We don't want to see that. That's scary. All right. I got Anthony out here with me again. going on, guys? And so, all our sound, our mics, the mic that you're seeing on right now is brought to you by Donner. I might as well throw it out there. Oh, that's a nice classic. This is sounding good. Oh, my mom got scared. It's a really good version of it. There we go. Yeah, there we go, guys. So let me give you guys a little panoramic view. Oh, look at that. There's the wrestling ring right over there. And there's people walking by and they don't want to be on camera. That's okay. All right, let's go a little higher. There, you got to do all of it myself. There we go, guys. Look at the view. So this is what we're calling WeCon. Golden apples here. Some guys that are over here, I forgot the name. Feel bad now, but they invited us to a pod night, and also we got another comics over there. There's two. They're selling comics cheap. So if you want some good comics to come out, they're gonna be wrestling over there a little bit later. Uh, oh, it is gold. It's Golden Apple that actually invited us to be at their podcasting night. It's kind of cool. But then we got down the street. Look at that. You kind of can look out. Can you see out there? Too much there. There we go. Out there are some food vendors. Lots of food vendors. I'm starving. Anthony's starving. Anthony, are you starving? Yes, he said he's starving. All right. So we need because we tried going to McDonald's. The show's not brought to you by McDonald's because they let us down today. He was excited because there was a McDonald's, and what happened? They were closed. Why were they closed? They were closed because of this event. So, uh, yeah, it was not good. So we haven't eaten yet, but we will eat. I want to turn that off for right now. There we go. We'll keep that going. But it's already getting. I mean, people are already walking around. So let's see how this day goes. Let's see what I can do. Let's see if we can get some trivia going in a little while. Yeah. For all you guys that are watching, welcome again. This is the Geek Saga. I am Eugene. I am not live from Gem State. That's wrong. We'll have to change that. Let me see how I can change that. I'm not live at Gem State. There it is. Type in my name. We're going to do this right now. We are going to do this with my name. There we go. And share. There we go. Look at that. I am not live from Gem State. I am live in Chatsworth right now. Been a really a stressful time, guys. Getting ready for this event because we wanted to get stickers out here for those that are going to come by. We have a trivia going on. We wanted to have a lot of stuff ready to go for you guys. And also on top of that, I wanted to make sure that I was ready to go. And I am. I'm now ready. So I'm going out there, everybody. We got dogs walking around. We got people walking around. We got people and dogs walking around. So, guys, this will be kind of I'm just going to be kind of flowing through this. I'm not going to really be doing any of our normal stuff, which if you guys are new to this, we do like during the week. It's every Wednesday at 7:30 ish. I gotta make sure I say ish because we're not always on time. But we do geek news, which we talk about whatever's headlining for the day for that week, and then we also talk about things that are in geek history for the week. So last week was, I believe, we had. Oh my gosh, I can't remember what our geek history was last week. But we'll give you tidbits of whatever it was that came out during that week and way back when 1992, 96, whatever. And then we go into sometimes segments called things that make you go, Last week we were talking about why big name companies have pulled out of a lot of the Comic Cons and how some cons are trying to pull back in some of those. So that is kind of the gist of our show. I'm out here promoting the show, and people can see the booth. We've got multiple screens. You can barely see me, which is great. But you can see me big time on the screen. You can see me out there, right? Yeah, okay. Anthony said yes. He didn't look at it out there, but he said we're good to go. Normally, I have a partner, my partner David, who I unfortunately don't have here right now. He lives in Fresno. Sometimes a little bit of a it's a little bit of a stretch right to make it out to some of these events, but we're two veterans that are salty as hell, huge geeks, love everything that is in the geekdom, and this is what we do. We sit down and talk about things. Like I said, I'm going to probably take a walk a little bit to see what we can see what vendors are here, talk to people. If you guys have any comments at any time, by all hit me up. Click on the comments. Let's see. Nobody said anything to us yet, but that's okay because it's so early. Everyone's just barely waking up. You guys got all day. I got all day. I can do this all day long. I'm gonna have to do this all day. How's it going, guys? It's delayed. They'll get it about right now. It's a little bit of a delay. I just dropped a poster. Can you go pick up the poster? So I'm testing out this Stomp speaker at a live event to see how it works, and it's actually working great. It's a delay. It has a delay because it's going from my computer to YouTube and then back to the speaker. So it works out. I mean, when it comes to me wanting to shout out to people, it's a little tough, but I do want to say hi to everybody. Hello, hello. And I'm competing against music. It doesn't make it any easier. So, oh look, there's a puppy. So I could literally sit here for 10 seconds. Say a couple of things and it'll actually hit the speaker. So it's a little hard to have a full conversation, but it's okay because it's fine. But the cool thing is you do have this thing called Trivia Maker. It is a trivia. I disconnected it. Unfortunately, I can't run Trivia Maker with the Mevo, but I could turn this around on people so everybody can see them on the camera. They can see themselves. So that's a great thing. So once we start getting more people, I'm going to start shouting out, saying, "Hey, you guys want to do any trivia?" We've got some really cool trivia. Star Wars. Uh, I have Lord of the Rings. I have a lot. Actually, that would have been really good for Sean if we had the Lord of the Rings trivia out there at Gem State. I could have asked him questions, but you know, but we are giving away free stuff today. It's free stickers. We have uh, trivia. You guys are going to be able to answer questions and win prizes. So that's something we're going to be doing. And I'm trying to launch that right now. And if you guys are watching right now, I mean, by all means, ask me any questions. I will answer your questions. I will talk to you guys, even while I'm here at this event. I'll even tell you what I'm eating whenever I get some food. Or if there's somebody out here that's watching us that's close by that wants to bring me food, it means bring me food. Bring it up too. All right, all right, all right. And we're going to take a quick break. And of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
oh wow, great!
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
Words are very important to me. So I said, Mark, I want you to repeat these words after me. He goes, okay. He said, Sam J. Jones. He said, Sam J. Jones is going to be around. It's going to be around a very long time. Okay. So, yeah. And my wife was with me. She said, oh, God, here we go.
And of course,
another teachable moment. But no, I believe that the life and death is in the power of the tongue. I really do. You know, you say somebody says something really demonic or devilish or really negative, and then they go, ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. No. Not only do I not receive what you just said, forget about the kidding part. Words are very
do we really need to have reboots, or should we just leave the classics alone? Kind of like what Minty was saying with Knight Rider. It's like he really hopes that they don't make another Knight Rider because it's already a classic.
I think certain things can work as reboots and certain things can work as like remakes, but there's a lot of things that you can't remake the magic, right?
Yeah.
Like True Grit. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't better.
No.
You know what I mean? Like the Magnificent
It was
Seven.
a good movie. Huh? Oh, Magnificent Seven. That was another one that came out that I thought was actually pretty good, which they're going to make a sequel to it.
Right.
And of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
oh wow, great!
Yeah.
Oh,
so
that
you're
makes me happy.
Yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing. All right, guys, and I'm back. Can't get enough of me, I know. But we are now waiting for anybody that wants to try to win a prize. A couple of prizes by just playing a little bit of sci-fi movie trivia. So if anybody's interested in doing some sci-fi movie trivia, by all means, step on up. We will play. But it's a little bit chilly out here. I'm not gonna lie, guys. We definitely need a heater underneath my table to warm me up as I'm sitting here. We've got all day long, guys. We are definitely gonna be going. Like I said, in a little bit, I'm gonna take a walk over to the other side where all the guests are, as far as like they're doing some signings and some autographs, pictures. Let me give you guys a little rundown of who's all going to be here. We've got Carlos Fierro, Ferro, best known for doing voiceovers for Uncharted and for Gears of War. A couple other projects, but it's a lot of voiceover work that's done, and it's characters that you'd recognize. Oh shoot! Also, we've got Cantro, and I'm probably butchered his name. Alon Colbert, who's here. He is also known for his voice acting with Naruto Shippuden. And if David's listening, yes, I butchered that. And also Naruto and Bleach. We also have out here 3 people that have been in Boba Fett, the Book of Boba Fett, The Mandalorian, and also other projects. They are also here. That is Rory Ross, Kristen Gelle, and Daniel Romero that are all here doing signings. Also, we got a comic book writer, J.M. Brandon. He's done Swamp Dogs and Swallower of Shades. Also, we have, gosh, I got to make sure I get everybody. Christy Shin. She is another comic book creator and artist. And she's done several projects, which I can't see what she's done on. But, we also have Tasha Scott, who is from Troop Beverly Hills, The Parenthood, and Snoops. They are all here at VCon out here in Chatsworth. So come on by. You get a chance to meet them, get some autographs, take some pictures with them. So all parked right over, not too far from me. So I got to get over there to say hi. So we got somebody coming in next to us. What is this? Who's this? But all right, guys, I'm gonna go take a walk to see who's around here. So we'll be back in a bit, and I'll probably be coming on the phone. Walk around. And of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So
wow, great.
yeah,
Oh,
so
that
you're
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that, and I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing. So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So
wow, great.
yeah,
Oh,
so
that
you're
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that, and I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing. I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, I love Fairly Odd Parents. I love Danny Phantom. I love Tough Puppy. I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest. And I had to love it the most and I had to keep working on it and doing it and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh, yeah. If you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So,
right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. You know, a kid with no power, but suddenly he gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. a young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. You know, and not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part. You know.
Created that, you started that because you wanted to create these IPs, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny. I didn't go to business school. I've just read a lot of books and stuff, and you know, and like anyone who has any success, I've been very lucky. So basically, like I said, I didn't go to business school. Like, and I know people sometimes find this very hard to believe, but like, there's no like plan. Like, I wasn't sitting there in 2017 saying, and by 2021, we need to be making our own toys. Like, that absolutely didn't happen. What happened was we were doing pretty well with all the other stuff we were doing. And I met a guy named Michael. Michael, he knew a lot of people in the toy world, and he proposed working together. I'm speeding up the story, but this is a gross simplification of the truth. We decided to try and work together. And then, like, within a week of like us signing the paperwork, he brought in RoboForce. And I had always loved RoboForce from a design standpoint because it was so original. But I didn't, you know, I didn't know anything about it, but I saw immediately the potential for us using RoboForce as a vehicle to get into toys and cartoons. And so I always wanted to make toys. I always wanted to make cartoons, but I never had, like, to use a fancy word, the catalyst. I never had a catalyst to make it all happen. And then once RoboForce came in and we got it, it worked. Then we got biker mice. Then and then it all just kind of rolled from there.
It's a very good.
The interview.
So I mean, I get the
That was another one that came out that I thought was actually pretty good, which they're going to make a sequel to it.
Right.
Which
And some do better, some not so much. You know what I mean? Like Thundercats, do not give me a live action. Like, I don't want it.
Leave it alone. She-Ra reboot was pretty bad. Yep, there you go. She-Ra was bad. I saw a couple episodes, but it's also the animation was just so like they were trying so hard to reach for that anime group.
Yes,
that. And that's kind of what they were trying to do with the new He-Man.
Mm-hmm. Voltron was good.
It was
the reboot of Voltron on Netflix was good. So, like I said, I think as long as care goes in, as long as you get a Dave Filoni who remakes the things that he loves, I think you end up with a quality product. But when you get things like RoboCop, Total Recall, the companies are like, oh, let's do this.
I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my 4th-year-old Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. You know, a kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
you hear the terminology a lot of, yeah, that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story. And they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So, I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my 4th-year-old Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no power, but suddenly.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are The Toys That Made Us, the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
oh wow, great!
Yeah.
Oh,
so
you're
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, "I want to do that." And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing. But I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me. But if they had, I would have enjoyed working.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good.
The interview.
So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So-
But if you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for it.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. You know, a kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
Oh, wow, great.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're,
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing. But I didn't, I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me. But if they had, I would have enjoyed working.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good book.
Did you interview him?
So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do. I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
Right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for other people.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. You know, a kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
wow, great.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
that
you're
makes me happy.
Yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good.
The interview?
So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
Right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
oh, wow, great.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
you're happy.
Yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working.
It's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
a very good name. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom, I love Tough Puppy, I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
But if you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for it.
now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character? What's going on, guys? I am back, and I am. I had to go and find food, so I found food. I'm happy. Um, I gotta go move. I gotta move this audio so I don't go right here. Okay. Test 1, 2. Or not. I'm still right here. I don't care. All right, guys. So it is cold. It is very cold. I'll try this. Go this route. See if that kicks on again. I ate some food, which was really good. Some media. I didn't know that Anthony over here. I didn't know Anthony over here actually liked media, which was great. We just spent his whole paycheck on our food, which was great. So congratulations, you literally worked for your food. That's it. So he's good. But we are here, and what's really cool is that there is somebody that's next to me that is a well-known voice actor. He's done things from Uncharted, Gears of War, and so many other things. We were just talking about Uncharted because that's one of my absolute favorite series. So excited. I think we're going to be having Ash from Comics coming in. Just waiting for him to get back to me on that. I sent him my location. So, and on top of that, I'm going to get wired. But I did walk this whole thing, and I got my steps in for the day, and that's it. I don't even do anything else. So, but again, we're going to be giving away things. So if you guys are here at this location, if you guys want, there we have stickers. We have free stickers. And we also have stickers to buy. And also, we are going to be doing trivia once we get some people. And there goes Julio. He's walking by. That's great. It's great to see everybody that's coming out here. This is actually a really good event. It's when they say it's a block party, it's actually a couple blocks. And yeah, they got the music still going. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm kind of glad that the DJ is done for now. Wow, it was loud. Oh man. So let's see. What do we got? Let me. You know what? Why don't I do a little bit of? It's gonna be an impromptu, but it's gonna be. I'm gonna do it anyways. So let's scroll up. We'll do a little bit of. Yes, this week in geek history. So this week, I know we did some in the middle of the week, but we want to do a little bit more so we get some filler going on so you guys can actually see what it's like with this show. So this is a segment that we do, and there we go. This week in geek history. This week in geek history, back in 2012, Cabin in the Woods debuted, came out, premiered, however you want to say it, with Chris Hemsworth and Jeff Williams and Hutchinson and all those other great people. But if you guys don't remember this movie, this was a great movie. I actually like this movie. It's cheesy as hell. It's a great movie. Group of friends take a trip out to a remote cabin, and then all hell breaks loose. Yeah. Little trivia for you guys. So Josh Whedon, Josh, Joss, 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 Joss Whedon, and Drew Gadry wrote the entire film in 3 days. That sounds like about right for this type of film because it was nuts. I mean, to come up with the idea that all these guys were linked up to certain portions of a um ritual, and that's they were picked, and then of course all those rooms and everything. It's a really great movie. If you guys haven't seen it, you guys should. It's actually a lot of fun to check out. Um, I've I recently watched it, and I say that about a lot of these movies, but I recently did watch this one. Next, we got what do we got? What do we got? I'm looking. That's about all that's of notoriety for today of all days. Man, nothing else good came out on this day. That's sad. That was the best movie. But it was a good movie. I'd say Rampage came out today, but well, I just said it. It was horrible. It's a shame 'cause it had Jeffrey Dean Morgan in it, who we all know is Negan, along with Joe DiMaggio and Jack Quaid. I forgot that he was in that movie. That's, Dennis Quaid. So that came out today. It's a horrible movie. They're trying to do that, turn a classic video game, adapt it to a movie. It was not good. But that was this week. History. That was really quick. I know. Very impromptu. How's it going? All right, let's get out of this segment. That's better. So, yes, anybody out there that wants to talk to me. Like I said, I'm here all day. Actually, you know what? I walked all the way down to the end of the road this thing and saw that they had guy was actually working. They had a Jeep from Jurassic Park down there, and then the army was there. Whatever, they had their a couple vehicles, but it was kind of cool. Yeah, like I said, you guys are in the Chatsworth area. Come on up to Devonshire, and you'll see the block party going on. It is going on all day till 6 o'clock, and I see a Pikachu. They're blowing up the Pikachu, which is cool. So I do have a couple of interviews lined up for today with some of the people that are actually here for the event. So that's actually kind of cool. So I'm excited about that. So again, you guys stay tuned. Yes, it was a long break earlier because I had to go to something. I don't know about you guys, but all right, guys. So we will be right back after this. What's going on, guys? So we're both freezing. I'm here with. It's cold.
Not freezing. We're definitely cold.
Wow. You got this jacket that's cutting down the wind.
I got to tell you, I'm happy. For once, I'm happy about my day-to-day uniform because it's cold.
It is. But we're here at Chatsworth. Like I said, we're going to get some great interviews. I'm here with Carlos.
Carlos Ferro. That's me. The very cold Carlos Ferro. And we're in Chatsworth. And what can I tell you? We can be heroes. And Golden Apple Foundation brought me out. And I got the good fortune to be right next to my brother here.
Yeah, it's just dumb luck that I'm sitting here and all of a sudden I see him plop his table down. I'm like, who's coming in? And then I saw who it was. I was like, that's straight job.
I think we should say who it is so we don't just keep acting.
Sorry. So, Gears of War, Uncharted. He also was on Star Trek The Next Generation. He's got a great picture of himself over here.
Yes.
At the controls, which is great. So, tell us, in Gears of War, who were you?
I am the voice of Dominic Santiago in the Gears of War franchise. 1 through 5 brings a tear to my eye, but it's just cold, guys. Sorry. I'm known for a good amount of video games. Assassin's Creed, I'm the voice of Leonardo da Vinci, and an Uncharted, the mercenary in every Uncharted. But these days, I've got Payday 3 out. I've got the new Saints Row, and for the virtual reality people, I said that funny. Virtual reality people. On the MetaQuest, Assassin's Creed Nexus, Leonardo da Vinci is back.
Nice. Now, we talked a little bit before we came on that I'm a huge Uncharted fan. And what you got to do was amazing.
Well, the thing is that you start out in these games back on the first consoles, the 360, PlayStation 2, and then 3 and so forth. I've seen it evolve. So where I started just doing the voiceover and sort of kind of facial recognition, not really, the dots and all, I ended up getting to a place where I'm doing the motion capture with the dot suit in the soundstage, and Uncharted was one of my first. And I got to do scenes with the cast like we're doing a play, and that was really, really cool.
It's pretty awesome to be able to do that because I love it. When I sit there and I play it, I'm like sucked into the game. I love playing.
That's the idea, man. The idea of video games, especially now, is to kind of fulfill the promise of video games back in the day. 10 years ago, we all hoped that like there was something like the MetaQuest for VR, that PlayStation, 4, 5, 6, Xbox Series X, 1, XXS, but I mean, it's the juice and the power behind these machines. It's really impressive, and we get to do more. And the word's overused now, but it's always been about making an immersive experience for the audience, so that you're there instead of watching a movie. You're in the movie.
Yeah. That's awesome. So, out of all the games that you've been a part of, which ones?
That's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
It is. But
okay.
Which ones have you played?
All of them.
All of them?
Everything I've been in, I play because I'm just that guy. I almost curse. Can we curse on here?
You could, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say I am that fucking guy. So I absolutely. It was kind of like what was most exciting is I remember vividly on the first Xbox, I was the voice of Forge for X-Men Next Dimension.
Okay.
And I played that game and got really good at fighting games, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, DC Universe, all of them, because I was in it. So I wanted to play as Forge,
Yeah.
So ever since then, I mean, there's Dom and Gears, and, I've been really lucky, man, that I get to be these characters that you can play as. So I play them all.
That's awesome, because I've heard my names that we've talked to.
Yeah.
But they're like, oh yeah, I was the voice, I did the voice, I did this, and they're like, it's a great game. And it's like, well, did you play it? And they're like, no, I didn't quite play it. It's like, how could you not do that?
I consider myself pretty darn geeky, and I don't know how you can in any way claim that title of being a geek if you don't have your gaming consoles. I mean, minimally a PC gaming setup of some kind, a mobile setup, and I don't know, man. I think it's odd. I think it's strange when someone doesn't play video games. That's all.
So video games is one thing that you're saying that you're kind of geek out on, but growing up, what was like your big thing that you geeked out on?
It sounds it's very self-serving to say, that I was a Trekkie, but I was. I'm a Star Trek fan my whole life. So I think the best acting I did on Star Trek The Next Generation was pretending like it was just another job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there comes that moment where you can't fanboy, you can't fangirl out. You just can't on set. You have to be professional. But I mean, that whole process, I was there for 2 weeks at Paramount's lot, and it was when I was a very young actor. So I wasn't good at it, man. Like it was like, okay, there's not Michael Dorn. There's Worf coming down the hall in a white T-shirt. You know what I mean? That's a trip for a Trekkie.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a nap in the transporter while I'm waiting to go shoot. Those things stay with you, you know? So I geeked out like crazy when I was a kid on all things Star Trek, Star Wars. It's been amazing to have that experience and to be able to celebrate it. I mean, I made friends with all those actors, and we do conventions now. And for them, I mean, they're icons. It's iconic stuff. For me, it's still like I'm hanging out with them. I know them, and it's cool. It's very cool.
Does it feel like? So the only thing I can think of is, does it feel like in you see the movie Galaxy Quest?
Of course.
And when you what's his name?
Of course.
But God, Guy
Yeah.
in that movie, and he's all like, "Yeah, I was in episode."
Okay. I'm gonna give you an exclusive.
Oh, okay. Here we go. We got one.
It is not by any stroke of the imagination a stretch at all. Look at the year. I was in the last season, because I'm not that fucking old. I was in the last season of Star Trek The Next Generation, and it was the seventh to last episode. It's the only episode directed by Gates McFadden, Dr. Crusher.
Yeah.
It's a very special, interesting horror type of episode. And but it was right towards the end before they were already working on the movies. It's not a stretch to say that the Sam Rockwell character from Galaxy Quest and not my character, but me, that there's a connection. That's all I'll say. It is not a big stretch at all. Now that you know, rewatch that movie, because I am at conventions.
Oh my God.
Vlogging that I was on Star Trek, okay?
Oh my God. Now, Carlos, I'm gonna watch that movie. I'm probably just gonna laugh even harder now when I watch it.
Let's just say, I don't know if Sam Rockwell in any other movies has a pompadour. Just saying, folks. Check out his hairstyle.
Carlos, thank you so much
No,
for this
thank you,
interview, man. Oh my God.
And Golden Apple. Golden Apple.
Go to Golden Apple. That was
Golden Apple
actually
Comics on Melrose and La Brea, and We Can Be Heroes on DeSoto in Chatsworth.
all right, guys. We'll be back after this. Anthony, take us out. How's it going?
Yes, that's a picture. Is this a broadcast?
Yeah, it's actually the Geek Saga.
Oh, very cool. You excited?
Yep.
You guys online or what?
Yep. We're actually live right now.
You're live?
Well, not yet.
Oh.
Sorry. I'll bring it live, but I actually was coming over here to see all you guys and start interviewing you guys. My stepson's a huge JoJo fan.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is he like ACDC?
I don't know who he likes, but I was like scrolling through and I was all like, you know this character? He's all like, that's JoJo.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, you know you know what I'm doing?
Yeah, I got, well, these are the stuff that I love voice actor. I played ACDC and JoJo. This is my biggest claim to fame overalls. Dark Side, if you play Call of Duty, I'm in that. I also got the original film I made.
All right.
Action film me, trying to get my John Wick.
Really?
Look at that. Yeah. So this is an action film we made. It's called Hit the Road. All original. Yeah. A comic book series too. Creating content.
Nice.
That's what we gotta do. We're doing it.
Oh, it's on Tubi?
It's on Tubi.
I love Tubi.
I love it too.
I'm like, I watch so many movies on Tubi. It's not even funny.
Leave that on repeat.
Just let it keep
Leave it on
going.
repeat. Easily the best movie on Tubi.
All right.
Leave it try. Leave it try. Yeah.
I'll take a look at it. But okay, man, this wind is just.
Yeah, it's been tough.
All right, let me get framed up on here. Since you're a little bit taller than me.
I'll tell you, I'll just do this.
Anthony, are you ready? Let me know once we're live.
Let's do it.
All right, we are live.
In the middle of a hurricane.
That's what it feels like. I mean, we went from 90-degree weather to this.
Yep.
How is that? That's just nuts. But tell my listeners who you are and what you have done.
Okay. Hey, everybody. My name is Chris J. Alex. I am a voice actor, director, producer. You may know me from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as ACDC, Lord Burroughs, and One Punch Man. And my new film, Bam, Humble Brag, Get the Girl, and the hurricane that we're doing right now. But yeah, if you like games, if you liked anime, you probably hurt me, shot me, blew me up, or used me to murder a whole bunch of NPCs. Mace.
So I am a huge One Punch Man fan.
You and me too. You and me both.
I mean, that was the moment I started watching the first episode. I was just like, I love this thing.
Me too.
And your character, I know your character, so I've heard your voice.
Thank you very much.
And I know it. But what's cool is that you've done voice acting, as
Yes.
you've said.
Yeah.
But this is actually.
I got the bootleg right here too.
Oh shoot! You got a bootleg.
No, but yeah.
So, what got you to do this?
You know what? I'll be honest. This is what's this rated? This is like everybody.
It's good.
Watching. Okay.
You're good to go. Just shoot, fire away.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, I mean, to be quite honest, I've been. Sorry. That's the benefit of being in different weather all the time. But yeah, I've been in a lot of shitty films, and I wanted to be in a good one. So I was like, you know what? Let me make the film that I wanted to be in. And me and my friends, we got together. We made a film, and we enjoyed it. And that's ultimately what it was. You know, if you're a creator, you got to create.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you know this.
Oh yeah. The moment I don't do something, my wife's like, "You got to go make something. Go away because you're just going up." It's
creators got to create.
Yeah, we got to constantly be doing something, and even if it's like something minute.
Yeah.
So I get you on that.
Yeah.
And so, how long did it take you to film this?
So filming, we had exactly 33 shooting days. I shot the movie blind because I was in front of camera, so I was directing from in front of camera. I would say the longest part was the post. The post sat on someone's hard drive for 16 months.
Oh.
I mean, just because we pulled a lot of favors, you know, doing the first one, but we got some 8-second consecutive miracles lined up. We got it done. But I would say the shooting didn't take as long as it wasn't too tough. But the post was, anybody who's going to make a film, just make it. You don't have enough money. You never will. But what you can sell your dream, and your dream will get you what your pockets can't find.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays we have so many avenues to put our stuff out there.
Yeah.
It's insane now because you've got this. Actually, not only is it on. Oh, let me see that DVD.
Yeah, it's
So not only is it on actual DVD, but it's actually on.
It's on
Tubi.
Hulu. Yeah.
Oh,
It's on. Yeah. It's on. Well, it's not on Hulu. Sorry. It's on Tubi. It's on Apple TV. It's on Amazon. It's everywhere that you could possibly see a film. I'm gonna cough again.
So am I.
But but before he catches my cold, it is on Tubi. So get the girl on Tubi. Get the girl on Tubi. Get the girl on Tubi. Stream it. Watch it. It's free, and it's a great date night.
Yeah,
All you need is pizza.
well, I'll probably watch it by myself, but that's okay.
Hey, even better.
Exactly.
Even better.
But I will be watching this. I kid you not. I go on Tubi and I pretty much watch everything.
I appreciate you.
And I'm gonna watch this, and I'm gonna let you know what I thought. And I'll be
Okay.
honest too.
You can be honest, cool.
Because I do love a lot of those movies that are just independent films because you can tell that everybody put their heart and soul into it.
Yeah.
Because it's a labor of love.
It is, and it is. It's not glamorous. It's a war, and any movie that ever got made is definitely a miracle, good or bad. But I will say this definitely was one of the hardest things I've ever done. But it's so rewarding. Yeah, this is forever.
You've got it in your hand. You've got it
Forever.
It's on there forever.
Yes.
So tell us, where can everybody find you at, besides on Tubi?
Okay.
Sure.
My name is Chris J. Alex. It's J-A-I. Chris J. Alex on everything. So Chris J. Alex on Instagram, Chris J. Alex on X, Twitter, all the good things.
Cool. Chris, I appreciate your time, man.
I appreciate it.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, check his stuff out for sure.
And make sure y'all stay tuned to
Yes.
the greatest podcast in the world. You got it right here. Geek
Oh, yeah.
Saga, right?
Yep, the Geek Saga.
The Geek Saga.
All right, guys, we will be back with more. Catch you guys in a bit.
Peace and love.
All right, you should. Chris,
Hey, that sounds fun.
oh man, thank you so much. Hey, can we actually have you on our regular show? Because we have our regular show is on Wednesdays at 7:30, and we go live on across everything like we're Ha! Pull me out. What's going on, guys? I'm now walking through. It's gonna get loud, really loud. But walking through the crowd now, making our way. I saw a couple of booths that I wanted to stop by and just see what they're all about. They're not quite over by the rest of us, but they look like they have some geeky stuff, so why not? But how's everybody doing? You guys want to see what I'm gonna see? Let's see if I can turn this thing around. Turn it around, turn it around. I always never know how. There it is. Camera. Foot. Nope, I want back. There we go. Now I can get everybody sick. There we go. Oh, isn't that sweet? They're old. Oh, they want to see that. All right, making my way through. A lot of great food here. Oh, there we go. A lot of stuff going on here. Got to get out of my booth every once in a while. It's still a long day. But we're going to go check out, like, get downtown. There's a booth somewhere.
What do you do for cleanup?
Excuse me.
Well, I got a bag, but he's not going to do anything.
All right. There's a dog that looks like a lion. A lot of good food here, guys. I'm still stuffed on what I ate earlier. There's fake food. So anyways, yeah, it's been great. We've already got 2 interviews. We're going to be moving on to some more. But we're going to keep going down the way. Now we're just going to see. They're close by. Oh, excuse me. Watermelon Festival. You guys are into watermelon? And there goes the tent. That is why they say. That's why I said, bring weights. This wind is blowing. And it's still cold. But there's another booth that's down by our side I wanted to check out. Dog stuff. There's a group that's going to be playing. So there's a little bit of something for everybody here. All right, keep walking. Live stream as we walk. Okay. Almost to the place that I wanted to get to. This is coming up on it. More dog stuff. Here's the booth. It's a horror booth. Horror theme. How's it going? Doing pretty good. So I'm with the Geek Saga podcast. We're actually live right now. And I walked by you guys and I saw all this stuff. And I was like, this is something I got to come down and check out. Yeah. So who are you guys and what is it that you guys are doing?
We are Tara on Candy Lane, and my son, he likes to make all these props right here.
All right. So you're the one that's doing all this stuff? It's terrifying. I got to say. No, it's great. What do you use to make all these?
Usually everything like the bigger props like this is latex and it's foam filled. I use acrylic latex paint to paint them, and then I'll hit it with my own special effects blood, and that's how I make these.
So is this something that you want to do as you get older? I don't want to say when you grow up because I mean that's just that's kind of. But this is something you want to do.
Yeah, that's like one of my dreams as of right now.
So you're in high school right now? I'm just guessing.
My last year.
Last year high school.
Yeah.
So what are you doing to kind of besides this? What I'm looking at, what is it that you're doing to also get yourself like out there even more?
I know we've been doing like conventions and all that. I've been meeting a lot of artists that are in the industry, so I'm going off of that right now. I might take a special effects school so I can learn more. So that's right now what I'm thinking in my head what to do.
Have you ever watched the show Face Off?
Yes, I met a guy named Eric Fox. He got kicked out in season 2. Brilliant guy.
So, just so you know, I think it's in San Dimas, one of the guys from season, I believe 10, his shop is out there and they do tours. I gotta look him up. I'll give you a card. But anyway, this is actually, guys, if you guys are not out here in Chatsworth to come by this booth, it's some scary stuff.
Yeah. He's also a scare actor.
You're a scare actor as in at Magic Room?
He's Krampus, he's a clown. Well, that's him right there when he's a clown. So he's always changing up his character.
You got to promote. I mean, look at this. You got your own fan club here with you. That's awesome. That's awesome, you guys. This is some great stuff. All right. All right.
We have an artist that puts it up and we tell him what we're looking for and he draws it up for us.
I'm a big fan of that. No, what do you call it? Killer Clowns. I love that. That movie was great. So this is awesome, you guys. Hey, good luck with that. I'll come back and I'll give you a card so we talk. All right. Have a good one. Look at that. There we go. Artists. Budding little artists. That's awesome. All right. So we'll cruise down a little bit more because it's a long walk. It's too much for me. Can't do this. Okay. You don't want to look at me. So like I said, a lot of cool stuff here. The kid almost knocked me out. All right. Hello Kitty stuff. Nice. All right. Candles. All right. Nice. Right on. Nice. All right. A lot of cool stuff. Now we're coming to the end. What is this? Chamoyne? It's always good stuff. And this is what I want to come down to, guys. Check it out. A DeLorean. You know, I always got to find it. Now I got to go to the back to see if is it movie accurate. I'll be down. Nope. I don't know whose DeLorean it is. Oh, no, it's not Doc's. Doc unfortunately passed away, and he had a pretty damn accurate DeLorean. Oh, I like the license plate. That's cool. And then next to it, Jurassic Park Jeep from Jurassic Park 1. Look at that. This thing is awesome. This is so cool. And Ecto 1. Guys, it even has proton packs inside. Look at that. That's freaking awesome. I missed the owner earlier. He was here working on it. If I'm making anybody sick, I'm sorry. Oh my God, that thing is actually moving. That's cool. This thing is pretty awesome. Yeah, I miss the owner of it when he was working on it because I would have loved to at least step inside a little bit more. Let's see. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oops. There we go. There we go. And there, of course, the microphone's in the way. All right. Moving on down. This is the kid zone down here. And then there's this stuff. Whatever. I don't know these guys. I don't know what unit this is, but whatever. So bad. Anyways. All right. All right. I guess I'm going to call it for this moment. So that's it for now, guys. I have to hoof all the way back. All right. Go ahead and kill the 911 or wait for a little while, or go ahead and go back to the commercial. Anthony, go ahead and kill the stream. Go back to the commercial. Wrestling, guys, wrestling. I want to go up to the guy and tell him, aren't you a little too short to be a wrestler?
Let's hear it for the Suavecitos. If you want power and privilege to get in that ring, let them know.
Go up to there. So you guys, if you guys come out to Chatsworth right now, you can catch some awesome wrestling action here. Like I said, we're gonna have a wrestling ring. No, man, guys, there's wrestling here. And who actually showed up? What's going on there?
This is Ash. Not that you see my hat.
Oh, there we go.
How's it going?
Oh, now I recognize you.
Yeah.
So tell me, how was that wrestling compared to WrestleMania?
Compared to WrestleMania. Wow. Out of 10, that was. You know what? The group Suavecito was really good. They had a lot of action. The other ones, but it's hard to. Some people play for the camera, and when you're doing it in front of people, it just looks like so it's like it's kind of makes it look big. It was awesome.
It's great timing, especially because you are
big wrestling fan.
Big wrestling. So I was like waiting for you to get here so we can see this.
Good timing. Good timing.
You only missed one match.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got more coming.
Absolutely.
But we're going to be walking back to the booth, like show this guy what's going on and show him around. He's going to be here for the rest of the afternoon.
Leave at 3.
Okay. A couple hours with us, so looking forward to that. But guys, look at it. It's a Geek Saga and comics collab. It's happening. All right, guys, we'll be back. Anthony, go ahead and take us out. Go ahead, Anthony. So, yeah, All right, guys, we are back in the booth, and look who I got again. It's Ash. He's out here. Let's get you a little closer.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, I can hear myself.
So, what is going on, sir?
Well, thank you for having me on. We're supposed to have a Stev on here, but he was busy today. I just wanted to bring up, I'm going to be doing stand-up. Well, first of all, you guys know us through the comics podcast, and we've been doing that for like almost 10 years. And I don't know why, but now I feel like things are happening. Thanks to you, thanks to Distance Nerding, and the opportunities you've given us. So I wanted to say thank you. We also do, and you can find that Thursdays at 9:00 p.m. Live. And the corner's on Mondays at 9 o'clock, and that's more trivia and game show oriented.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then lastly, I feel like I'm just promoting myself, but that's why we're here. I'm doing stand-up on May 4th, which you can find tickets through Remo Vision Group, and then also I'm doing stand-up on May 9th. My Instagram is Mobstash, MOBSTACH, and I'll be promoting what we're going to be doing. But
nice.
Mainly what I wanted to bring up, but everything's so. It's funny because we saw the men's match,
yeah,
and now she looks like Bo Meccano, and the other chick is hot. I mean, she looks.
Well, she's fit.
Well,
she's fit.
Yeah, she's fit.
Yes, she's fit.
Yeah. So, just trying not to get canceled these days.
Well, I mean, it's funny that you showed up again. You showed up right when the match was starting.
Yep.
Now you're here for this other match.
Yeah.
And, but it's actually really cool that both our shows are starting to come together, collab. And it's not just like you guys are starting to move. We're moving too.
Absolutely.
But because of the collaborations that we're starting to make, the teamwork that we're having between all our podcasts.
Yeah.
And what I kind of noticed with a lot of other podcasts is that it's just about us.
Yeah.
It's not about trying to just spread the word about everybody and everything. Because I mean, come on, without having friends in this industry, or I don't even know if it's an industry. Can I call it an industry? Yeah, I guess. We're not going to move forward.
Right. And everybody wants to make it about themselves, and I got to get forward and not. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of ridiculous because there's so many podcasts out there, and to be able to cross promote on, like, I mean, there's a wrestling match going on right here. If there was a wrestling podcast, may not be.
Yeah. When she got on the top rope, every guy just went.
And every guy is counting.
Oh, she did.
Oh man, but it's about the collaboration between, even cross promoting between, like I said, between a wrestling and a geek, because we're all geeks when it comes down to it. We're geeking out about something.
Absolutely, even in sports, you're geeking out about something.
Sport, and that's the thing is that the fans are fanatics, and that's what we are. But we're about comic books and movies and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So, but now they got you right here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years.
4 years.
About to be 5.
All right. What got you started to want to?
Opportunity. Somebody said, "Hey, you're funny. Why don't you try it?" And the first time I did it, I absolutely bombed because they said, "You have 10 minutes." Oh, wait. I'm sorry. You have 8 minutes, and then never mind. Somebody left. You have 15 minutes. So I started like kind of crowd work and doing all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, like, never mind, he's here, you have 8 minutes. But they never told me. So then I never even got to my set because I was doing crowd work. So I was like right in the middle of my set. They play me off like a Mariah Carey who just got a fucking award. And then I was like, well, what happened? It's like, oh, they can't, they just showed up. So we had to cut you short. And I had brought like 30 people. And then it was just kind of like, what happened? I was like, oh, that was meant to happen.
You were there just to warm up the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. So But once I noticed I was up there, it was like, you know how it's the same way I got when I did extra work on TV or background extra. Yeah, I was extra on TV. That's a whole other world. You're watching TV, it's a whole other world, and all of a sudden you see yourself on TV, and it's like, oh, this is not. It can happen. It's exactly how I felt when I was doing stand-up.
But now here you are, 4 years later, and you're going to have your own show. You said the May 4th.
May 4th and May 9th.
And May 9th.
May 4th, I'm headlining, and May 9th, I'm helping put together with a girl named Angela Imperial, who's done a lot of. She was 37 takes, and she's experienced in. Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's the aliens trying to get a hold of me. They want to take me home.
Right.
There we go. That's better. So, but how does it feel to be headlining your own show? Is this your first headlining?
It's my first headlining show.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome.
It feels awesome because the person they got before me is like D.L. Hughley's opener.
Really?
And then this show they have me, and I was like, oh. So somebody believes in me.
Hey, we all believe in you. We all believe in you.
Like the shirt says, I still believe. And thank you for that shirt.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, and of course, if you guys are here at Chatsworth, come by. You can get a shirt just like Ash. You can be just like the man. And if you go to his event, wear the shirt and just look at him and say, I still believe.
We all have to support each other, and we all have to, because you never know.
Exactly.
You
really don't know. And when you run into those people, and we actually, when we had that conversation on our show, and you're very boo. She won?
Yeah.
I'm over it. I don't need to watch this anymore.
I would say like the hot one didn't win, but what if this gets over to them and then she's gonna kick my ass?
So she's pretty hot, yeah. Woo,
yeah,
good
she's
job.
way hot.
Oh man. But you were very opinionated about how some of these people are, and even like I was talking to you that a lot of voice actors are here.
Mm-hmm.
Comic book artists and writers, and those are the people that sometimes just don't get that attention.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that I kind of gravitate to and want to talk to, because they will give you that moment to be able to talk, and they love it.
Absolutely.
And like I said, Carlos is walking by, who was in all these. I was laughing so hard that my sides were hurting just from that short interview that we did, which is great.
That's awesome.
So, but it's about us coming together.
Never said it to me again. We made eye contact on that too.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's about us coming together, and you made mad eye contact with me.
It could be worse. We could.
Let me bring up my hands. Let me see my hands.
I'm playing with this. Let me put that down. But Ash, it's awesome that you came out here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No, dude, I'm looking forward to even more things that we've been talking about, and more events that we can get to, and trying to get Esteban away from his family.
That sounds bad. Just get him more opportunities to be out here.
Yeah.
Your setup blows me away.
Oh.
The way this all fucking looks, it looks professional as hell. You can tell you guys are miles above where we're at right now, and this is where we need to get to.
This is not even. I literally was in my garage, and I'm like, how can I put 2 TVs on my table? And I pulled apart. This is actually a speaker stand that I pulled apart.
It looks like it goes together.
Yeah. Well, that's good. All right. I did my job.
Yeah.
Cool. But guys, come out here. Ash will be out here with us for a little while longer.
Yep.
And then I'm going to be out here till 6 in the evening, freezing my butt off.
Freezing your butt off.
We got more. Now. Oh, dude, this is warm compared to earlier. Oh, it was colder.
Yeah.
It was cold. But I've got a couple more interviews that we're going to be doing. And
I thought they smelled bad on the outside. It's Hoth over here.
Well, actually, so what was it? I was when I was driving to Boise, Idaho.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to pull off the road because it was just getting so bad with the snow.
Can I pause you because you talked
Yeah.
about Boise, Idaho?
Yes.
I'm playing my own private Idaho.
Wow.
Funny.
That is so. That's see my
Random.
subconscious.
Yeah.
But I was gonna pull over, call Philip, and tell him, "Hey, dude, not gonna make it up there till later." And then I thought about that whole scene in Hoth where they're flying through looking for Captain Solo. Are you there? And how's it going? I was gonna call Philip in the morning, but I was like, no, I gotta drive. But everything reminds me of Star Wars.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right, guys, we will be back a little bit later. For now, remember, again, Ash, what days and where at?
The March 4th, again, is going to be through Remo Vision Group. You can get your tickets through there. It's in Hermosa Beach. May 9th is at a place called Stardust in Downey.
Cool. I'm going to try to make it to that Downey one. I seriously will. But, all right, guys, we will see you in a bit. All right, guys, we are back live again as wrestling is going on in the rain. Have you ever been to an event where not only is there comic stuff, but there's wrestling?
Not in a while. Not since I was a kid. Now that I think about it, it's been a very long time since I've been to an event like this. My dad, who worked for the sheriff's department in LA, so he'd always go to events like this. Walk around, see the vendors, say hi to everybody, but not quite where it's been comics, wrestling, and then everything else kind of happening out there. So it's kind of cool to see everything happening, and they're still going. It's raining.
It's raining, yeah.
So it's cooler.
So we jumped right into this interview. It's like, but tell us who you are and what part in Mandalorian you were.
Super cool. So my name is Daniel Romero. I was part of Mandalorian season 3. I was also fortunate enough to be a part of the Book of Boba Fett. As a villager, a couple things. In Boba Fett, do you remember when you saw Boba Fett? Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fantastic. So when sometimes people are like, I haven't seen it yet. Like,
oh my god.
You're about to hear a part, but it's a part where Tamora Morrison or Boba Fett's riding on a bantha into town.
Yeah.
And there's a guy who kind of starts spiking some helmets, on spikes.
Yeah.
I got to do that scene.
Oh, nice.
That was a lot of fun. But I was other, smaller stuff in Boba Fett. And then in Mandalorian, I got to be one of the actual Mandalorians that they were part of the covert throughout the season. So that was super fun to be able to kind of dress up or be a Mandalorian for quite a bit.
That's pretty awesome. So how long was the shoot for that?
We shot for about 6 months, I believe.
Jeez.
On and off. It wasn't like the entire time, but it was, a couple times here and there for the 6 months. And it was a cool time. I can't ask for a better experience to do. Everybody there who was on the set was fantastic. The group was great to work with. All the Mandalorians were great to work with. Our PAs were super awesome because one of our PAs also was a Star Wars fan.
Oh my gosh.
He was nerding out just as much as we were. But it was a good time. It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
A long time.
I mean, to think about first, when you were younger, what was the biggest thing that you geeked out on? I mean, was it just Star Wars or, because I mean, obviously it's a dream to be on it, but what were you geeking out on?
Both.
Okay.
I geeked out on Star Wars. I grew up with the prequels, right? So I grew up with the prequels, Phantom Menace, Clone Wars, and then my favorite is Revenge of the Sith. Yeah. So I like Revenge of the Sith a lot. You know why? It's the March on the Jedi Temple. That song, I love listening to that song a lot. So that's more why I like, the entire story arc from Revenge of the Sith is the one I like.
Okay.
I was also a big Power Ranger fan, very big Power Ranger fan. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
All right.
When I was younger, when it came out, my mom, she bought one to play with and then one to collect.
No.
So I have, one open box and one in the still original triangle box. That they had.
My God. No, they're free. Take them.
But yeah, Power Rangers was my shtick, and then when Star Wars came out, and I got to see the prequels or 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
As it came out, that was my thing.
But here's the thing: how cool is your mom to not just buy you one to play with, but to buy one to save?
Yeah,
that is.
It's funny. You don't even think about that now. With all this stuff kind of coming out, I'm an in the box collector.
Yeah.
So everyone's like, take it out of the box. No, I'm an in the box kind of collector. And she was also a collector too. So growing up, she collected her own things. And as I got older, I kind of started doing what she did, just kind of collecting as I went on. But I remember the story they always tell me is for Power Rangers. My mom, I guess they would sell them only at certain Toys R Us or Targets or something.
Yep.
And she was like, she had 4 brothers. So she kept sending out the brothers, I need you to go here until you find the right color. And you can only buy one at the time. So they're like, buy this color. All right, who's got this color? And my mom was awesome.
Dude, that is
she really
cool.
did it. So growing up, I still collect Power Rangers too. I have the original cast who signed all their helmets. So now I get to display their helmets, and then mine.
Your helmet. Look at that thing.
Yeah, it's super awesome.
That's freaking awesome.
By a guy in Germany, Roman. So shout out to Roman, man. He did an awesome job on this. I know I have my helmet next to theirs. So it's like kind of a full circle for me.
That is freaking cool. I mean, I couldn't even imagine your first day shooting in full kit,
Oh, man.
like with your helmet. Oh my god!
So my first day, I showed up. It kind of felt like any other job originally. I got there, I put on my gear, and there's a box with my name on it, and it had all my gear in it. And I hadn't seen the helmet yet. I didn't even know what color I was or anything, because originally we set up with just a fitting, and then when I got there, that's when they handed me all the colors. So I get there, and what I remember is there's about 10 of us who were there, and we all wore big black coats, so nobody could see what we had. So it was kind of like, oh, what do you got? Oh, I got blue, I got red, mine's a bit of green. Like, all right, cool. And then we get shuttled to set, and that's where we get the rest of the stuff. So we get our blaster, our jetpack, the helmet. And I remember getting it, and it's kind of like, like those movies where like you look at the helmet and it's like looking right back at you. That's how it felt.
Oh,
The kind of red that I got, like burgundy red almost. It's my favorite kind of red.
Nice.
Like, man, this suit's for me. And the first scene I remember filming was with it's when we come to save Navarro from the pirates.
Yeah.
That was my first scene. And the PA is like, all right, guys, there's smoke, there's a little bit of fire. You guys are going to walk through there. You guys just saved the town. It's going to look great. I'm like, all right, cool. And I put the helmet on. I look around. I'm like, man, I'm really here. Action. We go through it and, do the scene. All right, cut. And then that's when it kind of hit me. Like, I just did this Star Wars thing. I'm in Star Wars now. I'm a Mandalorian. And in the helmet, I started crying a little bit. And, so I just, a little bit tears coming down. And I'm so excited.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I grew up watching these kind of things. And even seeing the Mandalorian before I got to be on it was awesome. So to be a part of this kind of universe as a fan is a blessing. I'm super grateful that I got the opportunity, and then meeting everybody who's come and give love to the show. It's been just as awesome. Share that kind of passion.
That's awesome. And the thing is that so you hear about people that so cool. and we want to put this up really quick. Yes, he is so cool. But you hear about people wanting to be part of this universe because it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
But it's like, are you guys really fans of this? To hear a story to come from a fan, and this is now like a dream come true. And like you were talking about with the helmets, your helmet's now up there. You have a helmet this is yours.
Yeah.
And it's so awesome. Yeah. Like I had a big old smile just listening to it. It's like, damn, I want to be there too.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a great time, and Rory, you'll talk to Rory in a minute. Rory has an even more awesome story than I do, and it's nice to hear when fans are a part of the show. It's great.
Yeah.
Of course, there's always people who are there who are not fans, and that's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
But to hear the fans who are actually in the shows the stories that you hear are fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And man, I appreciate you coming over here, sitting down, talking right now. I'd love to have you on our regular show, which is during the week, 7:30 Wednesdays nights, guys. Come on. But to even hear more about it and it's just awesome to hear.
Yeah.
Growing up, moving into, you're a Mandalorian. You can literally say, I'm a Mandalorian.
Yeah, and it's something that's kind of evergreen. We just did something with David Akram, who's the voice of Red 2.
Yeah.
From the original trilogy. And it's nice to see that fans from the original trilogy start appreciating, what it is now. And even so, it just shows he's in his 70s, I think.
Yeah.
And he's still out there doing it. And a lot of people that we got to see in the UK were, also up there in age, but they're still out here, and fans still want to see them.
Oh,
so
heck yeah.
It's a good time. You appreciate what they have done because now they've built the fan base that what it is.
They built. Oh, sorry. They built the world.
Yeah.
That we love, the universe that we love.
Yeah.
Lucas had a part of it, but it's everybody else that we see, and it's people like you and Rory when he comes on. Everybody that's part of it. It's just. Thank you. We're grateful.
No, thank you guys. And it's not just us. We may wear the costumes, but a lot of people behind the scenes who actually build these worlds. I met somebody who did set deck, when I first got here. He's like, yeah, I built, I did set deck for Boba Fett and The Mandalorian. So he was part of the guys who built the worlds.
That's crazy.
The painters, the sculptors, makeup, everybody who's part of that universe builds this world. So it's not just us, man. So it's a lot of love to all of them as well.
Cool. All right, man. You know what?
It's been a pleasure, man. Thank
No,
you
it's
so much for
definitely a
having me
pleasure.
on. Yeah.
All right, guys. We will be right back in 2 seconds, probably, with our next Mandalorian. All right, guys. All right, guys, we're back. And did you guys like the break? And that's not Oscar. It's somebody totally different now. This is Rory. But he was also a Mandalorian.
Yes. That was
So-
also a Mandalorian.
So tell me about that experience. Let's hear something you know what? Let's get real.
Okay.
Let's start with asking you, what was it that you were geeking on as a kid?
Oh man. Well, so I kind of joke around. Like my story started in a farm far away in Iowa, and so I grew up on an exotic farm that had emus, ostriches, like basically a zoo, more or less.
So you're not kidding. It's exotic. It's emu,
straight up exotic.
Oscar.
Daniel's son.
I mean, ostrich.
We're going to derailed. Oh no!
We're
I don't know if
done.
we can get back.
Oh God. So Iowa. So So you had a Superman story where you grew up in a little farm.
Literally, and that's why. Yeah, I grew up on a farm, and we had a pet store, so we had like football pythons, this whole 9 yards. But when I was about 6 years old, I contracted a rare fungus on the back of my head.
Okay.
And it was destroying my scalp.
Wow.
Literally, it was dissolving. And so what happened is it put me in the Iowa City Children's Hospital, and I was there for a month. And I saw kids, that got better. I saw kids that was in the throat. So that was intense.
Yeah.
A very intense thing. And I think anybody at any age dealing with death or that kind of thing, it's a lot to deal with. But my mom, on the first day I was there, she brought Star Wars A New Hope.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
the first time I've ever seen Star Wars. And so seeing Luke being on a farm, his journey, and how he was able to overcome these insurmountable obstacles, it gave me the hope that I was going to be okay.
Oh, nice.
And that really, I held on to that as I left. I left home when I was about 13, kind of Uncle Owen, Luke situation. Ended up in Seattle. Then I went to college and I went for aerospace engineering originally.
Oh, geez.
So the first time I ended up in LA was in 2012. I got to see the Mars Curiosity rover for its final public
that's
appearance.
cool.
My name is on the rover.
Really?
On Mars.
Oh.
Which is really badass.
Damn.
So that was cool. And then what's crazy is when Facebook shows you pictures from way long ago, there was an exhibit I went to where Star Wars meets imagination. It was all about science and Star Wars, how they influence each other, vice versa. I have pictures of me with Boba Fett, with Stormtroopers, with Tusken Raiders, the whole 9 yards. And so it's really crazy to kind of see that whole, it all come together. And then in 2020, I just put it out there in the universe. I was like, I want to get on Star Wars. And so I got my friend to custom make me a Jedi outfit. And then I ended up doing a promo shoot for Funsies where they shot Mando Season 2 and Boba Fett, his debut. And then my girlfriend, super amazing, she actually got me a custom-made Jedi figure made.
Oh,
so if you want to see me cry, manly man tears, that's there. And I was bawling. It was amazing. It was super heartwarming and just the greatest thing. And then 2 months later, I'm on the set with Tamara Mowry from Sister, talking about dreams and manifestation. And an hour after that conversation, I get a text to be a Tusken Raider on Book of Boba Fett. And that started everything. And that first day, I was on Tatooine.
Oh my gosh.
So this whole full circle, to have that moment where I'm now literally on the planet that Luke's journey started on was just surreal. Absolutely surreal.
So, hold on. Find out which shirt he wants. Sorry. Trying to do a live stream and run.
And do business at the same time.
But it's crazy to think, okay, so one, both you guys have some awesome moms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Good time.
And to think that Star Wars was a movie she brought to you,
yeah.
And the title of that is A New Hope. And it sparked a new hope for you. And here we are years later. And you I don't want manly tears to come out either. But it's amazing that, again, Oscar and you were both huge fans of this show, to have that dream come true. What did it feel like to put on that Tusken Raider outfit for the first time?
I mean, the first time putting it on, one, just even realizing I see the sand, it was all kind of adding up, and then I had 6 or 7 layers on, and then putting on the mask itself and realizing this is a huge character, and also realizing the importance that we were actually telling a story about the Tusken Raiders. At that point, up to that point, we'd only seen them as scavengers or like savages, that's what Anakin calls them. And to have this storyline actually show their humanity and how different tribes, they aren't all the same, just like as people, we're not all the same. Just because a certain person from a certain group maybe treat you a certain way, that doesn't mean that that's all inclusive of everybody that you're going to meet. And so that was really, really cool to be a part of that. And just have that moment.
Yeah, that's fine. Go for it. Manly cheers. But yeah, that God, that's got to be just.
Honestly, I still pinch myself just in the fact, not even, I mean, Star Wars alone, that's a huge, huge thing. But coming from a city that had 200 people as its like residents, literally our elementary school was also half post office. We didn't even have a gas station. I lived in the kind of boonies, it was great. I mean, it was like a zoo. There was a lot of elements of that was fantastic. But most people don't leave. And then there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. But for me, I knew that wasn't what I wanted to do. And thankfully, my mom was incredibly supportive. She really helped kind of pave that way. And so to even be in LA, out of all places, kind of where dreams are made of, it's I have to pinch myself. I have to wonder, am I really here? Am I going to spend this Inception top? And is it going to fall down and, realize this is all a dream? It's really crazy.
But it's for me as a fan, like always dreaming, like I wanted to wear that Mandalorian costume too. And now you're Tusken Raider, and then you became a Mandalorian.
Tusken Raider, and then I became a Stormtrooper on Kenobi, which is also a legacy.
Yes.
And then I grew up with the prequels, and also I was the first person for Ewan to actually act with. For Stormtrooper.
Oh my God.
So I got to see him actually be scared because at that point, the prequels, that was clones and then also CGI.
Yeah.
And now here he is coming back and he gets to, see the Stormtroopers in person. Like, obviously he's seen 5 first, plenty.
Yeah.
But to have that moment where he's like, get out of the way, like move along. Yeah.
And you were the first Stormtrooper.
And that was on May the 4th.
Oh my God.
On May the 4th, I was wearing the custom Jedi outfit that my friend made. And they actually ended up at the end of the night I couldn't find my outfit because they put it with you and stuff. So it's like it was just crazy.
You seriously have lived as crazy. It truly is a Star Wars life. As long as we don't move into the weird like you're gonna kiss your sister type stuff from like Empire. I mean, we're good there.
Yeah, exactly.
But man, Rory, you were. I don't even know what to say because that's just you're living the dream. Both you guys are living a dream that all of us fans wish we could live. And then what is in the future for you? What do you have lined up?
I mean, so right now we're doing a Star Wars fan film because my dream is always to be also Luke Skywalker's student at his Jedi Academy. Now, we had the books and everything. And so that's where I thought originally years and years I was going to go. And then Disney bought it, and we didn't know what was going to happen in Force Awakens. It shows it all being burned down. I'm like, oh no. But what's crazy is, Boba Fett, the first one that I'm on, that's where we also see now Luke's academy. And so the dream was to be in his academy, and then I'm kind of like playing with the idea that I sense something's going to happen, and so I leave, even though everyone's telling me this is the place to be. I'm like, no, something's wrong, something's not right. I leave, then I hear about what happens, and now I live with that guilt, and then we bring in a night sister, and some other things happen. So we're actually showing off one of the teasers tomorrow. It's going to be really cool.
Really?
Yeah. So if you're free, we're going to be in Glendale at the Look Theater.
Where am I?
Everyone's
At what time?
5 to 10 p.m.
5-10.
Yeah, we're going to have a red carpet, the whole 9 yards.
Oh, my God.
And then we're doing a Mandalorian fan film. Actually, next week we're shooting that. So we get to play Mandos and different characters, but it's a really cool storyline that they came up with.
Can I just walk in the background? just walk. I don't even have to be in.
You're just like,
yeah. I was like, yeah, what's up? Yeah, you Lord.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have a kid, definitely.
Oh, I don't have a kid, but I have a shirt.
Yeah. But what is also fun too is like Daniel and I, we made a point of making sure that we were seen in the films, and or in the shows, and that's how we are able to have this experience and be able to travel to different places. Like on May the 4th, we're going to be in frickin' Germany, Power of the Force, which is absolutely amazing. And so we get to see the guy that also made our helmets. That he honored us by making this, and then also, whenever someone sees me at a con or any signing, 5% of everything I make, it goes to the Iowa City Children's Hospital, the same place where my journey began.
Wow.
So it's a way to help out the families and give back and make sure that, I remember where I came from. How to
That's awesome.
Make sure that
We
happens.
definitely got to talk, and
Yeah.
we would love to help with that charity too, because we do work with another charity that's for pediatric cancer patients.
Oh, that's awesome.
So,
Well, and let me know how I can help on that too.
oh,
Because, I love
my God.
we are able to sign
Both you guys.
helmets and like do raffles or something like
Yeah.
that. Like I'm more than happy. And then right now, trying to get my outfit made. So the idea is that the only time I would wear it is for a charity event. So then I
Awesome.
give any photos or anything like that.
Well, Rory, thank you so much.
Hey, pleasure.
Definitely want to have you back on the show, just like I told Oscar. We do it Wednesdays, but
Yeah.
you know what? We'll talk after. Guys, these guys, awesome. I can't even express. But all right, guys, we'll be back in a little while. Thanks again to you guys for watching. All right. Oh, no, he's back on. Say it.
This is the way.
There we go.
By the way, I was the person on set that did that the loudest. You can ask Daniel. I made sure my voice was heard for Mandalore. No one did it.
What's going on? I'm back, you guys. It's cold, it's rainy, it's rough. But it's been a good day so far. We only got a couple more hours to go. We're going to stick it out to the very end because that's what I do, I guess. Why not? But we've had some good interviews, guys. It was a lot of fun. And they're taking down the wrestling ring because it's just no more as far as when it comes to wrestling and the rain. But it was actually quite kind of cool to see that. We've been doing pretty good with our shirts, which is good for us. And you guys got to see this. Oscar and Rory actually signed this for me, which I'm really excited about. Super cool dudes. Man, they got an event going on tomorrow, which they had talked about. Rory talked about. Check it out. I'm going to post that up on Instagram so everybody can see. And if I can make it, I'm going to go. If not, it is what it is. But it's been a lot of fun being out here. I'm already thinking next year is going to be a lot better. I will have like grid walls and thicker jacket if it's this cold. But how crazy is it, guys, to go from, at least for us down here, 98 degrees to, or it was like up in the mid 90s to cold and rainy. But all right, guys, I will be back. So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
oh wow, great.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're,
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents. I love Danny Phantom. I love Tough Puppy. I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
but if you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really
exactly.
working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are The Toys That Made Us, the movies that made us, and Behind the Attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
wow, great.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're
makes me happy.
Yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
It's a very good. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I love Danny Phantom. I love Tough Puppy. I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
Right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no power, but suddenly gets all this magic, and he can do whatever he wants. A young boy who's a teenager trying to discover who he is, and oh, by the way, he's got ghost powers now. And not everybody can relate to the ghost powers, but they can relate to the teenage part.
So, and of course, my favorite shows are the toys that made us, the movies that made us, and behind the attractions, which was something that me and my daughter sat and actually watched, and it gave her the inspiration to want to become an Imagineer. So,
oh wow, great.
yeah.
Oh,
So
that
you're,
makes me happy.
yeah, it was really cool to sit there, and she's like, I want to do that. And I'm like, all right, let's try to get you over to the Imagineers building and see if they'll give you a tour. And we actually got in there and got to do that.
That's
So,
great. My working on season 1 is the first and only time in my life I was like, oh, I could have done this and been just as happy as I am right now. I had never wanted to do anything but what I'm doing, but I didn't. I've known the word Imagineer my whole life, of course, but I didn't get it. And then when I saw what they actually did, I'm like, listen, I want to go there and be with them. I don't know if they want me, but if they had, I would have enjoyed working there.
it's an amazing building. I mean, everything that we got to see and the people she met, they were great. And your show, I mean, it even inspired me to want to push harder to do what I'm doing.
a very good. So I mean, I get the you hear the terminology a lot of that was a life-changing story, right? Well, the older I get, the more cons I do, I get to hear from the fans. Matter of fact, when the fans come here, it really is their opportunity to tell me their story, and they'll tell me stories that are just life-changing. In other words, a quick example.
So I can tell you that Fairly Odd Parents was my favorite.
Yeah, it's like I love Fairly Odd Parents. I love Danny Phantom. I love Tough Puppy. I love my fourth show, Bunsen is a Beast. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd probably say Fairly Odd Parents because it went the longest, and I had to love it the most, and I had to keep working on it and doing it, and always coming up with new ideas. But I really love everything I do. I think everybody should love everything that they do.
Oh yeah, if you don't love what you do, then why do it?
Exactly.
So
right. If you love what you do, it's not work. You're never really working for a living.
Now, what is kind of your process of creating a new character?
Oh, I like to come up with characters that people can relate to. A kid with no.
All right, guys. Hey, it's been a great day. It's been a cold day. It's been a now downpouring day. We are going to pretty much sign off now. I think you're going to be calling it. It looks like a lot of people are going to pack up their stuff. So we're going to start packing up our stuff. Guys, it was a lot of fun down here. Like the rain. A lot of great interviews, a lot of great people I met. Looking forward to the next thing we get to do real soon. Wish I could tell you guys exactly what it is, but I don't know just yet. We have something that's kind of on the horizon from a contact perspective. But guys, thanks for sticking it out with us all day long. Those of you guys that may catch this on YouTube, I'm going to cut this down to a little bit more interview. And yeah, it's been a great day. A lot of fun. A lot of fun with Carlos over here. You guys didn't see that interview. Go back on to YouTube. Check it out. I was laughing so hard. I was hurting. So, all right, guys, that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Check this out. It's Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. Well, TikTok's not live, but Instagram is definitely live. But find us at the Geek Saga on everything. If you've got any events you want to promote, you can catch them on you can also catch us at the Geek Saga 20 at gmail.com. And yeah, I'm going to call it. It's been great, guys. See you guys on Wednesday.